Hello. Happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday. I hope it's Wednesday, or I'm streaming the wrong game. Hi, Starfighter. That's no moon. Indeed. So, this is... I don't even know anymore, the third or fourth stream trying to get lunar impact. Last time, we tried to fly what we thought was a working version of the script because it worked in Sim, and it did not work. It completely missed the moon and made me sad. We made some updates to the code since then. Some bugs were found, some things were cleaned up, and our burn for the moon is, I think, more consistent now. But we're still missing. And what I think at this point is happening, and we could just fly it and demonstrate this, is... It is in character for the first one to miss the moon. That's true. The first Rangers missed the moon. They all missed the moon. But I think what's happening at this point is we have a consistent burn, but the estimations that we're using to figure out when we are going to hit the moon are wrong, right? We're treating our orbit to the moon as a simple elliptical transfer. And that's not going to be the case, right? As we get closer to the moon, we're going to get pulled a little bit towards the moon. So I think if we can figure out a fudge factor for our, like, either our target apoapsis or our target injection velocity, whichever one we decide is the more precise measurement, then we should be able to pretty consistently hit the moon. We might not even need the upper stage, which would be super cool if we could get rid of the... After all that work we did to get everything to work with a solid fuel engine in there. But I think we can probably... And we'll need to test it on, like, a few different days across, like, the month to make sure in Sims that our fudge factor works consistently. But I suspect that's all we need, is some kind of fudge factor to account for the fact that our measured apoapsis, or our predicted apoapsis as a elliptical orbit around the Earth, is going to get pulled by the moon. And therefore, we need a little bit less velocity than our calculations provide. And we're just gonna demonstrate that here is what we're gonna see. While we're getting to orbit, let's get the noodles ready to go. We want to be in Moon-Earth orbit reference. There we go. There's the moon on the right. We're slowly getting into an Earth orbit right now, so this is going to take a minute before we're actually ready for that view. But so yeah, what we're going to see as we burn is the program There it is. That's the one. All right. So this is... Oh, and if we check now in this view, we can see that our burn in the Moon-Earth reference frame is pretty much right at our descending node. And that is the descending node relative to the plane that the Earth and the Moon are both on. And if we think about it, that is exactly where we want to be burning, right? That's our plane. So that's working. And that was one of the things that we fine-tuned. But what we're going to see here, burning to an AP of 390, blah, 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 blah. And we're going to be just a little bit too high. Our predicted AP... won't quite have us where we want to be. We'll see, we'll hit, and pull past. But our periapsis here is only 2 megameters. I think it's too high because of I mean, it's a combination of both, right? It's hard for us to... burn... Are we not running code here, by the way? I also need to figure out why our program seems to be terminating, but that might just be a typo. It's a combination of both, right? Like, yes, we do technically slightly overburn, and we are always gonna, because, you know, we set our threshold to the AP is where we want it. But also, like, the moon pulls our AP, right? If we go back to the ECI plotting frame, we can see that our nice, beautiful elliptical orbit here gets pulled upwards. And we need to be, you know, we burned to a 390 kilometer apogee, and we got a 392 and change because the moon is pulling us up. So we need to account for that. But, like, it's a small amount. It's a very small amount. But that's just enough for us to miss. So what I want to do is just, like, you know, if we go to, there we go, moon-centered inertial, we can see our PE around the moon is low. Oh, it's up here. 2.4 kilometers. Or, sorry, 2.4 megameters. The first thing we can try is literally just... take 2 megameters off as a little bit of a fudge factor. No, we're not writing an integrator inside KSP. I refuse to implement an integrator inside another integrator. On principle, I am not gonna yo dog, I heard you like integrators. This thing. Integrateception, yeah. So, like, this is an easy fix, and this may be all we need. Like, this may be enough for us to hit the moon consistently. But also... see, all of this should be fine. It seems like we're losing our program at some point, and I'm not sure why. I think we might be losing power at some point. And I need to figure out what's going on with that, and that probably means getting rid of this warp 2. Because that should... we should just be pointing ourselves to the sun, powering down the Aegina, waiting a second, and then going. And I'm not sure why we're losing our avionics. Because clearly this reset at some point. We don't have the logs anymore. But if I do, if I turn this on, activate avionics, turn on SAS, point us... radial in. Like, I'm pretty sure we're still 60 megameters up from the moon. We're not. Are we turning it off by accident? No? I don't think we can power off the... oh, there is a KOS toggle power. So, like... yes. Whoa! I know what just happened, and it's hilarious. The restart works nicely. Yeah, the restart definitely resumed the program, and it resumed the program exactly where we expected it to, which is here, right? The phase was transfer. So it's like in here, we lose power. It manages to, like, trigger the warp 2 and even does some things there. But we lose... we lose power in here somewhere. And yeah, turning it off and on again showed that it picked up at what it thought its phase was, which was transfer, right? And then it warps to ETA transition, which is when it leaves the moon. So, like, the restart does work. Great job. But why are we losing it here? And why does it come back in a state where, like, the script doesn't run? And that's what I don't understand, because we're losing our log somewhere during the time warp. And, like, I can just comment this out and manually time warp it, and maybe I'll get a better idea of what's happening if we time warp by hand instead of using warp 2 here. so we made 2 changes. I got rid of the time warp, and we added that 2 megameter fudge factor on our altitude to the moon. We load parking orbit. I think this save works right. A few of them were iffy, but I'm pretty sure parking orbit works. Yeah. Does the equipment rack not have a battery? I thought it did. Well, doesn't matter. There's our battery. And then... yeah, that's actually not a terrible idea. Where is the resources panel? There we go. Because, yeah, that's something that we need to figure out is why we're losing avionics, or why the script kind of halts execution. And yeah, okay, burning to an AP that's 2 megameters below what we said before, because it's just a fudge factor. And, you know, maybe we should make that, like, you know, call it we're at 400 megameters, we need to lose 2 megameters. Maybe we just say 0.5%, right? Like, maybe that's the better fudge factor, is to do it percentage-wise instead of a fixed altitude. I'm not sure. But I just want to see if this gets us closer to the MEO reference frame. All right, moon is bottom right. That look closer? That is like the same frickin' periapsis. But like our AP is 409 and we wanted to stop at 388. So like we're within the margin of like a single tick of the game almost. So we might have to pull in our fudge factor a little tighter. Alright, so the avionics have been deactivated. We are not pointed at the sun. So there's part of our problem. We're tumbling and we're not pointed at the sun. Okay. So that explains our power issues. Yeah, we deactivate the avionics on purpose. Yes. But we deactivate the avionics after we point... oh, because I'm an idiot. We need to wait 1 here. Here we go. Let's just put like 1 second waits between each of these steps. And that should do a better job of locking it to the sun. Let's see. We should be able to take pre-transfer. I think I'm missing that wait 1 to like actually have the steering manager update itself. so we don't ever actually wait for the steering manager. And we immediately shut down avionics. I also need to make sure that RCS on... RCS should normally be on here. It's only off because of the quick save. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, this will get itself aligned to the sun. And then hopefully this time it'll stay charged. There we go. Avionics disabled. Now we can warp. Oh, look at that. We have power. And this isn't going to manually time warp itself, so, like, we need to be careful about that. Just watching our... We should be coming up on the moon transfer very soon, where it'll flop the SOIs. Whoops. Okay, that did some time warp stuff that it shouldn't have. It staged when we were... I don't know what it did. Back to the code. So what did we do here? We were doing this. We need another weight on a steering lock, of course. We always need these weights between lock steering and wait until steering locked. And that should fix this. We should be able to use the Warp 2 now because we fixed our solar steering lock. So if we load pre-transfer again... Is this it? I mean, if we're within a couple megameters and we can consistently correct it with the... If we can consistently just use the solid for it, I'm fine with that. Like, it would be kind of cool to be able to hit the moon from our Agena burn. Like, that's the holy grail, right? But... So, like, in the Earth reference frame, our AP is, yeah, 392, when we want it to be 390. And, like, we subtracted 2 from that, but obviously that wasn't quite enough. So like we can play with the fudge factor for that burn, and maybe we should, because it would be cool to be able to get rid of the solid entirely, right? And just like have the deploy phase literally just be dropping the probe, or even slamming the whole Aegina in and getting rid of the deploy phase entirely. Oh, RCS needs to be on. Oops. I'm like, why is this taking so long to line itself up and like do the fast forward? It's because when we load this save, we don't turn RCS on. We can fix that real quick, though. That is the pre-transfer, panels on, RCS on. And here to RCS on. That way, if we wake up in transfer or deploy mode, we'll properly enable RCS for those maneuvers. Yeah, there we go. We've got power the whole time, and we didn't lose this panel. All right, yep, we've transmitted. Launch a new vessel. So we just have to... We have to hit this 3.5 kilometer transition, which means we need to be really careful with how we time warp into our lunar impact. That does not look... Oh, we're in the wrong time. We're in the wrong plotting frame. MCI? That's also not quite radial in, but whatever. Come on, you can do it. We missed. I didn't see how we missed, though. Did we just not quite have enough oomph to bring the PE down and in? That's quite possible. 2 megameters is a big chunk to miss. Or we weren't really quite aligned with radial in or whatever we needed. Which I don't think we were. I think I'm using an approximation of radial in. Alright, so let's just, like... One, this steering locked does not need to be... all that precise, because we just don't care. So we can let this float a little bit, and that way this won't sit around waiting until it's really tightly aligned. 2, we're doing 2 megameters here, but let's do like just a 1%. So that'll be like, well, 3.9 megameters. So nearly double our adjustment. And it's probably better to use a percentage as a fudge factor. I'm not sure that that's true because, like, the moon is a fixed radius and blah, blah, blah. But whatever. We'll play with it, and we'll play with it on a couple of other days in the, like, month, and we'll see how it behaves. Like, once we get it dialed in for today, we'll do test flights on a couple of other days and see what things are like. So we want parking orbit. We want to test it from here. We also can play around with our, like, time until this burn to, like, burn a little bit earlier or a little bit later. If we look at our plotting frame, you know, we want to be burning right about the descending node, and we are, I think, just a touch on the late side. So we might want to do that a little bit sooner. Burning for 386 right now. I want to see what it says when it stops. Ooh, that looks better. No, I can't see anything I want. Predicted moan parrot? Yeah! That is an impact without a correction. We're actually probably going to miss now because it's going to fire the RCS or fire the solid and rocket, boom, moon. Love it. Yeah, and now it's coming out the other side because we were good and we made it worse. All right, so let's revert to VAB. Space Center. Because what I want to do now is basically, we can change this whole probe. If we can now avoid, if we're precise enough that we can avoid so like we still want a lot of what we have here for our lunar orbiter, right? Because we're going to need a deceleration stage. Like, I've been saying that this is basically a lunar orbiter anyway. But if we no longer need this, nope. Oh god. Let's just reload this. I don't know what I did and I don't trust it. If we can get rid of the... I wonder if we can get rid of the awful Balloon Tank Atlas, although I've already tooled it, haven't I? Or not Balloon Tank Atlas, the Balloon Tank Agena. The Atlas should be a balloon tank. The Agena should not. Alright, so we get rid of this. We should only need 2 solar panels. And if we check our power here, extend, let's see, simulated output, yeah, production 700 watts, consumption 30 watts. Got throttle control avionics, so I can finally attach SSTOs to my crafts. Excellent. Okay. The antenna's fine. This is fine. So what I want to do, I want to put this here and then move this without grabbing another part. Oh, this is fine. Or it should be fine. Come on. No? All right, have we decided that... There it goes. Gonna mess around with Black Hole? Yes. I've been meaning to play around with that. I never have. Okay, let me find fairings. Fairings. Fuel fuselage, high pressure. Do I not have... Payload fairing, there we go. 2.4, 1.4, okay. So yeah, these are 1.87. Okay. Oh, which is just not a number that I have. We have 2.4 by 5.1, which was probably the last version of this. Okay. I'm not sure why this... ended up so weird. Yeah, 1.9 instead of 2.4. There's a way to fix this. Auto shape off. Max size, a little bit bigger. Now if I adjust this, I'm just trying to avoid tooling a new fairing. Oh right, I have to adjust the length now because I turned off auto shape. Duh. There we go, that counts as one of the ones we already have tooled. Beautiful. No comms antenna can reach there. Ooh, yeah. That makes data retrieval interesting. So, sorry, wrong button. If we're gonna do... I think instead of Agena power down, we want to just stage here. Right? Because now we're deploying the probe in Earth orbit. I'm gonna try another % down just to see where that lands us. We're gonna change more than one thing at once, like good scientists. So yeah, we get our solar panels pointed at the sun, and then we deploy the probe, and then we time warp. And then this will come out of time warp at the transition, and then I need to manually manage the time warp from there to the impact, because time warping to impacts is a challenge, because you can skip right through some of the checks. The frames are moving too fast. Cool. Double check I didn't break staging. Doesn't look like it. So yeah, this is a significantly lighter payload too, which means we probably didn't need to tool the balloon Agena. I think it turns out part of why we needed so much DV was that we were... on the date that we were simulating when we were working on this before, things kind of just worked out enough with the script, with the bad burn timing, that we were able to, like, get our intercept, but it took more DV. And then it totally failed, obviously, in other days. That's why we completely missed the moon on our first real launch. But I'm hoping... well, we'll see what the lighter probe does. I could maybe get rid of this balloon tank and go back to a regular Agena, and it would be a little more historically accurate. But since we've already tooled it, I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference in, like, the overall price of the vehicle. Alright, let's resim this. So changes. We're lowering the burn just even a little bit more to see how that affects our impact. We have the much lighter... we're deploying the impactor in Earth orbit now because we're no longer going to do a correction burn if we can avoid it. And... that's it. Those are the two things. You know, we have the only 2 solar panels now because we don't have to power the avionics. Like, obviously lots of changes here. But the main changes to the behaviors we're expecting is we should see a lot of spare Delta V, and we should see, again, deploying the probe in Earth orbit. So let's go ahead and run it. Let's see where this one sits. right, so for this part of the mission, I mean, we'll have to see if the lighter upper stage from the probe, you know, drastically messes up the... I don't think it'll be a huge impact on the overall mass of the vehicle, right? So I think our initial orbit insertion, our parking orbit, is going to be basically the same. So, yeah, I want to see where we kind of come out, coming out of our gravity turn here. It looks like we're doing fine now. It's going to be interesting when we do Mercury Atlas, adjusting the Atlas program here to actually be able to get itself all the way into an orbit. Which should be doable. I mean, obviously it was done in real life. But I'm probably going to have to use some smarter code than what we're using right now for how we target the initial gravity turn and how we transition from the gravity turn into our actual sort of orbital insertion phase. But that is the next challenge after the moon, is humans into orbit. And honestly, I'm late enough on when we're doing that, right? We're 1963 now. So like our capsule tech is behind, but our rocket tech is up to Gemini. So I could do, instead of Mercury Atlas, I could do Mercury Titan. Would that be absolute overkill? Yes. But it would definitely get the job done, and it would be a traditional two-stage rocket, right? Which would make the some of the oddities with the Atlas launch profile a little less, well, just not there entirely, right? We wouldn't have to deal with the fact that we have a sustainer rather than a second stage. But again, that's at least a couple of sessions from now. Overkill in Kerbal? Impossible. I mean, true. I try not to either way over tech or way caveman when I'm playing RP-1. I try to stick with about the right level of tech. We can open our terminal here just so we can watch our logs. I want to see if we still get a collision given our tweaks to the code. So this is burning to a few megameters of a lower AP than the last burn. And the goal, again, is to make sure that we're, like, consistently in the middle of the moon. The moon's radius is about 1.5 megameters, 1.7, but I'll call it 1.5. And our last intercept was only like 350 kilometers below the surface PE. So we were just kind of scraping it. So if we can get an intercept that's more solidly like through the center of the moon, I'm going to be happier. And again, we're fudging that by looking at what we think our AP is based on a purely Keplerian elliptical orbit around Earth. And then we lower that just a little bit because we know the moon is going to be pulling us toward it. Let me get into the right Principia plotting frame so we can see what we're doing. Predicted moon periapsis is 1.3 megameters. Okay. Interesting. Oh, and our Earth predicted AP is high again. So yeah, this is an execution thing where it's just really hard to control our burn time. Yeah, this one's just going to be a flyby. Oop. I mean, whatever. That's not... Oh no, we didn't, oh yes we did. We did separate. Of course! Oh, I'm an idiot. The program is still running on the Agena avionics, not on the probe. And now we separate the probe earlier. So... Uh-oh. That's not good. Why did we start tumbling? I don't like that. Oh, wait! We didn't tumble! We did the thing! Oh, what's that called? We're spinning things. Flipping 0G. That's hilarious. I mean, as long as it can stay charged, I'm happy. No, Google, I'm not interested. In your stupid AI. But yeah, we only have about an hour until it... That's funny. Yep, it just flips back and forth every few minutes. Oh, love to see it. It's intentional to point the antenna towards the planet. That's what we're gonna say. Oh god, that's awful. But yeah, our PE is too high. So let's try... Oh, you know what? It's almost at o'clock. But I think because our probe is so much lighter, we overburn much more easily, right? So we need to bring our target low enough such that when we overburn a little bit, and we're always going to overburn a little bit, we're not pushing ourselves as high because the probe is much lighter. So like, let's pull this down even lower, and we'll give that a test when we come back from the ad. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Okay, welcome back. Thanks for hanging around. I always appreciate folks sticking around through the ad break. Okay, so I made a couple of small tweaks to this. One that I did right before the ad break was I lowered this multiplier a little bit more so that we're pulling back that AP even more. This is probably too aggressive at this point, but that's fine. The other thing is I tweaked our when we want to start burning towards the moon, instead of being like exactly at our I had it like half a degree away, but I think our burn, what do I want to say? We were burning too late. We're burning a little bit earlier. Like, it's done in terms of geometry and degrees here, because it's easier to track that than to calculate the times, and then also convert, like, there's more conversions back and forth, so we just track our longitude. But, we were burning a little bit late, so we're burning just a touch earlier. We're burning for slightly less time. And again, what we're looking for is we want to see that, you know, we want to see our lunar PE be as close to negative 1,700 kilometers or 1.7 megameters as possible, right? We want to be going right through the center of the moon, and we want to then be able to take this script, fly it, you know, a week later, and see a similar thing. At least, you know, give or take some kilometers, right? So, and we can also go back to doing it by velocity instead of doing it by altitude. I was having better luck last week doing altitude instead of velocity, but like, shrug emoji. I think they're proxies for each other, right, when you're in an elliptical orbit, but... Alright, I'm going to do a full revert to launch on this one, just because we changed several things. I think we could have just gone right back to the quick save for the parking orbit, but I feel better doing this. I need to make a mental note to get a good clip of the probe demonstrating the Janabikov effect. That would be good good shorts content. Janabikov effect in KSP. Alright, we're looking good. This should be identical to the last one. Like I said, I think we could have just loaded the quick save for... excuse me. I think we could have just loaded the quick save for the parking orbit, but... Okay. And I guess if I really felt like it, I could do something with how this this works. So we're not just floating the probe over top of the ship, but I didn't really feel like building something there with... Well, I guess I would just change our fairing base, right, to one of the ones that has, like, the integral cone, and then we just plop the probe on top of that. I guess that would be fine. My mic picking that up a little bit. Sorry about that. We're still doing some construction in the house, so there is still some background noise. Alright, so let's see where our AP here ends up, because we keep ending up like overburning pretty significantly, and that kind of concerns me. You know, we might be able to do a multi-stage where we do most of it and then finish it with RCS, just to get a little more precision in the execution, because this engine does not throttle. So, you know, our TWR is already 5, right? And it's only going to get worse. Ooh, 393 is where we stopped there. How does that look? That misses the moon entirely. No, let's get to our actual... No, it doesn't. We're in the wrong plotting frame. Plotting frame, Brennan. Moon-centered inertial. What's that periapsis? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, no, we miss. We miss by a lot. And this is so fiddly this far out. You could see the RCS is, like, moving around by kilometers. But okay, so we missed by more than we missed last time, and we changed 2 variables, of course. So let's go back to burning for more of our burn with the updated transfer times and just see what that does. Because I think we're actually under burning now, and we're getting pulled from the front of the moon. Like, it's hard to tell, but in this plotting frame. But I think we're kind of crossing the front of it, which means we're not going high enough. And then we're still... Are we too low or are we too high? It's hard to tell. I'm really not totally... I'm not accustomed to looking at this view, obviously. And we can go back to, like, the Earth-centered plotting frame and see what we're doing here. Yeah, and you can actually see in the Earth-centered view, it's harder to get a zoomed in on the spot we want. But you can see how we're coming underneath the moon, and then we kind of get zooped around. So I think we're coming in low now. Yeah, we're coming in low now. I don't know if you could see, if you look at the curve of the ellipse here, we kind of would miss, and then it gets straightened out, but we still miss. So we overcompensated on our velocity. Although 390 is like almost exactly where we wanted our prediction to put us, as I recall. Let's open the Agena Avionics. Well, 3744 is already adjusted. We divide that. Yeah, 3900, like almost exactly. Is what we wanted, and we're sitting at 391, and that is wrong. Which, like, isn't surprising. And it could be the right altitude, but it's in the wrong plane, right? And that's hard to tell, kind of with... Like, are we burning a little too early now? Did I overcorrect on the burn angle? Did I pull it too soon? I want to watch that on the next one. Okay, let's load the parking orbit save. And yeah. Oh, what we want to be watching as far as Principia is concerned is in this MEO plotting frame. Compared to our descending node, when is our burn and how centered is that over the descending node? Because everything that we're computing here basically is about putting our burn at this descending node. So we want our burn to be about 50-50 on either side of that. Yeah, and this is too early. Well, maybe not. We're moving towards it still. And obviously, more of our delta V is going to happen as we burn towards it. So we want it to be on, you know. But yeah, we've crossed, and we still have quite a bit of delta V left. So do we actually need to go earlier? All right. Yep. And that's back to the 4 megameters. Or sorry, the 400 megameter. That's funny. Our moon periapsis is basically the same. Which is great. We're getting a consistent flyby, but it needs to be a consistent impact, right? This looks to me like it's... all of these orbit lines flapping around in the breeze is just chaotic whatever. It's not gonna affect our main trajectory that badly. But yeah, we're coming in, you know, looking at the MEO. Maybe I want to go back to a different plotting frame here. You know, again, looking at the ECI frame, we look... Oh, it's so hard to tell. It really is hard to tell where the... What am I trying to say? If we're burning too early, I think we're burning early still because this looks like it's pointed a little bit below the orbit of the moon, and that would be early because we're burning from the descending node. So we would want to burn a little bit later to twist it up, but I thought we were too late before, honestly. So maybe I am misreading this, or maybe it's because our AP is too high. But yeah, moon... Yep, that bonk is fine. I know what that issue is. Doing the moon-centric plotting frame, kind of zooming in on the moon. We are coming in from underneath, which is what we expect. And then it does a bend. So if we were going a little less fast, this would pull back, right? Or it should pull back. But when we saw that, we weren't seeing what we thought we would see there with a lower speed. And again, it's possible we overcorrected. Yeah, I mean, MCMF versus MCI is not all that useful. No, not that one. There we go. Ooh, I can hear my computer. Yeah, Interstellar is very good. I need to rewatch that at some point. Yeah. I think this is the best option, is the MEO. It's just really hard to tell, like, looking top-down on this. We see our transfer comes by and goes under the moon. Okay, so if we're looking top-down in the MEO plotting frame, we're going, like, right under the moon. Which to me says that we are now burning too early. That even though whatever I did with my timing, I thought we were burning too early before, or too late before, we're burning too early now. Because, like, we're clearly going under the moon. If we get into, like, the plane here. We're also definitely going too fast, right? We can see that if we swung this around Earth and up, we would be, like, up here somewhere. So we need to bring this in, and we need to burn later. Okay. These are things that I can do. So burn longitude 1 degree. I thought 0.5 was a little too late. We're going to split the difference. We're going to call it 0.7. we're going to go back to this 0.96 velocity factor. This is all very trial and error here, obviously. Like, there's no closed form solution for, like, adjusting for how the moon's gravity affects an elliptic transfer, right? Like, you have to run the simulation, and the simulation is what the game is doing. And, you know, obviously there are numerical methods to compute those factors for me. But then I'd have to write an integrator. So, all right, we'll go back to the parking orbit. You know, let me test something. Oops, that doesn't do what I wanted it to do. If I, just turn this off and on again, will it reload the boot script? Yes. Hey, that works. Nice and easy. Rather than typing the command every time I boot it, just turn it off and on again so it reruns the boot script. All right, so we're burning a little bit later with what we want to see. We kind of get the moon and the Earth horizontal. Is we should see our elliptical orbit here push out, and the tip of that kiss the moon. Ooh, see? And this looks like we're still burning almost too early. Look at that. It's pushing down. And that'll swing up over time because our position in the orbit is changing as we burn, right? We're still moving through the descending node. So we do expect to see this pivot up, but yeah, there we go. And it is. It's pivoting up. Good. Good, 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 good. Now... Oh, it's too high. It's too high. It's too high. Interesting. Okay. So it is too high, and the way we're burning past Earth, or burning past the moon, is pulling it down and making it look low, but it actually is too high. This changes everything. Well, it changes some things. We don't. We could. I'm just... The problem is we need to calculate the burn time in, like, degrees, because we're doing everything in terms of our well, I'm calling it longitude, but it's really right ascension. So, like, yes, we could calculate our angular velocity around the Earth, and you know, it's a mostly circular orbit from our orbital period, and then do, you know, blah blah blah. That's a lot of work. Let's keep fudging. Yep. Yeah, this is how I feel. But yeah, did that look chat to you guys like it was pushing up above the moon before we kind of got caught and pulled into a funnier shape? Because, like, we really want to see it going across that straight line, right before we catch the moon's gravity. And I think we were a little high, which means that we were burning too late. Yeah. Which was my gut instinct before. Should listen to my gut more. Obviously, rocket science is all about listening to your gut. And I'm eyeballing being in the right kind of plane here, horizontal, just by looking at the AN and the DN and being like, yeah, those more or less point at each other. Obviously that is an eyeballing of it, but that's going to be pretty close to having the moon be... I'm pointing to my screen like you can see that. To having the moon, the transfer plane be the horizontal plane of my screen. So we should be close enough that we can tell if our orbit is going high or going low as it approaches the moon. Ooh, I liked that. That looked cleaner to me. Did that look cleaner to anyone else? It's still wrong, but it's funny. No matter what I do, our periapsis is 4 megameters. Like, I'm loving the precision, but it's not precise to where I want it to be. That did look like it was coming out more cleanly, though. So I think... And yeah, I mean, we're changing by a few kilometers, and that's fine. You know, the goal should be that at the end of our burn, this PE is enough within the moon that whatever we do out here is meaningless. But this looks like it's maybe a little short now and getting caught and pulled around. To me. But it does look like it's much more, right? We have less of a bend in this plane and more of a bend in this plane. So I think that means that we've gotten our angle closer, but our velocity fudge factor is too aggressive now. And we are... we're missing on the front, right? Our PE is on the Earth side. So we need to push that forward by a couple of megameters. So let's do that. Each of those, what 1% change is about 4 megameters, as it turns out. So let's see if this can get us a nice, I mean, this might be it. This could very well be it. This could very well not be it. But... Alright, toggle power a couple of times. Get Principia back up so we can see what we want to see. What we want to see is the Earth, Moon, plotting frame. Horizontally. Like that-ish. I think this is close enough to horizontal that we'll see what we want to see as far as, again, if we're going above or below. Because as we tweak our velocity vector, obviously that changes the duration of our burn, which means towards the end, if we're kicking up, we might need to burn a little bit earlier now just to compensate for that. But yeah, AN and DN are staying mostly in the plane with each other here. Obviously, this is a 3D camera, so like it's hard to keep things in a line and get a good 2D view of what we want. That was pretty good. Wait, is that an intercept? No. Predicted moon PE is now 2 megameters instead of 4 megameters. Okay. But it's still in the front, though. Yeah. All right. So, I mean, I think our overall angle is still good, and this looks like we're coming in short. So we bump up the velocity factor again. Are we going to be back at the 0.99 that I had originally with just a better angle, and it's all just going to work? Quite possibly. I mean, what we want is for this line to be, like, coming right at the moon, and then, like, the moon's gravity does very little once that line is doing the right thing, right? We can see that we are coming in. This looks like just a touch low still, but we're also slow. So, like, that's gonna push us simultaneously, like, up and forward, I think. I don't know. We might be a touch early now, but we'll see. We'll see what it looks like with a little more tweak to the velocity. Because, yeah, if we center on the moon and zoom in here, we can see that we are coming in on the front. For sure. So this needs to be pushed out this way. And also, yeah, I mean, we could also stand to be going up a little more, which would mean we want to burn just a fraction of a degree later. So I pushed this up to 1.98, but let's do like a 1.3. Let's split the difference. I'm just making numbers up. We're kind of just trying to dial in on, and of course both of these affect each other, right? This is a multivariable system. Wish I didn't have to change this and re-establish our camera every time we there we go. I guess I could focus the moon instead of the Earth. That's the part we care about. I mean, that's looking pretty good. We looked a little bit high. Thought we looked high, but now I'm unsure. Moon periapsis, 2 megameters. All right, we're getting closer. So yeah, looking at this, we're still coming in between Earth and the Moon, right? That's... Earth is about there. So, like, zooming in, we still need to be a little further out. Not a lot further out, though. And then it's figuring out the plane issues and if we need to burn a little bit later or a little bit earlier to get us up, because this does look like it's still coming in low, but it's hard to tell for sure. All right, you know what? Let's just get rid of... I'm setting the factor to 1. Sorry about that. I bumped a volume button. We'll set the factor to 1, and we will see where that puts us. If that puts the... Now that we've got a closer angle to where our burn needs to be, like, around our longitude, I think some of the work we did on the factors was maybe premature. Maybe we should have done the longitude work first. All right, so we get the ascending nodes and descending nodes. We get the Earth kind of over there. I think like that is pretty close to horizontal. It's really hard to tell. Yeah, I mean, our PE is a little low, right? Which means that we're burning a little early, but we're still moving through the orbit. So as the PE... Yeah, as this goes forward, our PE is going up, right? Yes. And like to here, our PE is... Well, now we definitely overburn. Cool. Yeah, we gotta split the difference there. It did look like the PE was going high. So it's weird that we end up low. But I guess what happens is the orbit kind of wants to swing around like this, right? Like, yes, the natural point of the orbit would be like up here, but... Alright, so we're going to go to like a 0.99 factor, split the difference between the 0.98 that we did before and the 0.1 that were, and the 1 that we just did. And then from that, I mean, we're hoping to see... What I want to see is from the top that we're passing through the moon. And then we can tweak our angle a little bit further, depending on if we're going under the moon or over the moon, right? To get us pointed a little bit more up or down. So that we kind of hit that plane every time. We're doing this based on longitude, not latitude, so, like, we got to be careful there, but that is really, like, our departure time adjustment, right? Like, once we have the altitude right, departure time adjustment will get us dialed in. So this is gonna be this for, I think, a little while. I don't think there's a better way to do this other than to, like... If I was actually going to the moon, I would write a program that would be doing a lot of this, right? We'd be doing iterative solving and finding parameters. Just it wouldn't be a human in the loop, and it would be much faster than real time. I probably should do something so that we're more consistent there, because every, like, potential departure day is going to have a different, like, realignment. So we should be locking steering to prograde earlier in the process. Yeah. Beautiful. That is through the moon. That's what we want to see. Now when we look at this, we see that we're coming in low. And what that means is we need to burn, I want to say, a little bit later. And that'll twist the whole thing up just a little bit. So instead of 1.3 here, we're going to do 1. And we'll see what that looks like. And then we hope that all of this burn time tweaking that we're doing for this particular launch day gets us to, like, a general solution that'll hit the moon on any given launch day. That's a different question. But this is good. This is a good step. And then what we might see is that now we're closer in the vertical plane, but now we're sticking forward a little bit just because of these being two related, those two parameters being somewhat related. And then we'll bring down the velocity just a little bit more, and, you know, we'll get this dialed in again, ideally to a point where we can really hit, like, that's interesting to me that burns that. I need to double check the script there. Something seems off with how... Oh, I do have a weight 1. No, that should be fine. Just how we come out of time warp here, when... And this is physics warp, so we're only going 4x. We wait until we're 3 degrees away, and then we power up RCS on, and then we wait until we're 1 degree away. So we should be pretty... We should have more time to align the burn, is what I'm saying. But maybe not. All right, let's do our plotting frame, Mio. Let's focus the moon, and let's see what we get. All right. So yeah, as we can see, we're still coming in potentially here. Maybe a little bit low, and definitely slightly on the high side velocity-wise. So we want to burn a little bit later again. Let's do this one to like 7, this one to like 4, and we'll burn just a touch later again. And then I do think we're going to have to tweak our velocity once we get our burn angle dialed in a little more, but that's okay. And this is just giving us more time floating through space to, like... Maybe we make this one, like, 10. And that way we make sure that we have plenty of time, because we have to come out of, like, 100x time warp here. And then, yeah, and maybe that's what we're doing, is we're over... Yeah. Going too far when we're in the really high time warp. Okay, we're closer. We're getting closer. And this is... Seeing this makes me happy, because this tells me that we've got, like, some fun chaotic orbit garbage happening, and that means we're close to various... I mean, okay, still 4 megameters. Our periapsis is always 4 megameters. I don't know why. But it's going to be really nice if that's our, like, orbital goal for our first lunar satellite, 4 megameters. Because apparently that's the only number I can hit. Alright. Focus the moon. So again, what we're looking for is from the top, we want our... or from the side, we want our AP to be in this line between the Earth and the moon. And it's going to say PE because we're moon referenced. So it's our periapsis to the moon. And we want that to kind of stay in this plane as much as possible during the burn. And then from the top, we want to see our orbit just, you know, slam right in. Oh, there we go. And it is going to start out with our PE being a little low, and then it's going to swing up into the plane as we approach the moon, because we're burning again towards our descending node. Cool, cool, cool. That is beautiful through here. Look at that. And we're still low. All right. So that tells me, and we can look in other, like, let's look in ECI, actually. Oh, no, that's not helpful. MCI? I mean, we're under the moon, right? And that means that we are either pointed in the right direction with too much velocity, and we need to do a little, like, loop-de-loop. Or, right, we're trying to go around, and if we look at it, that's kind of almost what it looks like we're doing, right? We're doing let's go back to MEO. This one's easier to see. You know, we're passing under the moon and then, like, up the other side. So it could be that we still have a little too much velocity, or it could be that we are still burning a little bit too early and we need to tilt our whole orbit up to bring this leg up into the moon. It's probably a combination of both, and we're going to have to do a little bit of both. All right, so if we want to burn a little bit later, we'll do 0.5 here instead of 0.8. We're back to where we started, which is hilarious, but I feel like I have a better idea of what I'm trying to do. Yeah, just trying to figure out when I'm looking at our missed intercept, how much of that is like bad velocity that's causing us to be slingshot at a weird angle, and how much of that is bad angle is just really hard to do, right? It's really hard to look at those things and separate them. But we'll burn closer to the DN, which, I mean, when I look at, and we'll see it when we do this here. It looks to me like we're actually burning slightly late, and I see there we go, AN and DN. Right, it won't make us go off plane, but it will make us, what do I want to say? If our AP is too high, then we'll be swinging, you know, because our orbit is inclined, we'll be swinging around, like, from underneath the moon, and it'll look like we're low, even though we're actually going, or sorry, it'll look like we're off plane, like we burned too early, and actually we burned at the right time, and we just need to pull our AP in, right? Because we're always going to be under the moon if we overburn here, because that's the direction of our orbit. Hopefully that made sense. And, like, telling the difference between we're low because we're overburning and we're low because we're off plane is, like, I can't look at an intercept and judge what's happening there. What I've been trying to do is look at, from this view, we can keep kind of the ANs and the DNs in a line with each other, and the moon, is just try to judge where the lunar PE goes as it approaches the moon, you know, if it's high or low. And I've been pushing it higher, and I don't love that. But also, like, when we change our velocity, that also changes. I was talking about this earlier. I'm not sure if you were here. You know, because it's not an instantaneous burn, If we burn for longer, then we have to adjust when we start the burn so that we're still centered on the DN or the AN. And yeah, you can see here, we start a little early, which is what we expect, right? The PE is low, but then it starts to push upwards, and it pushes up a lot. Yeah. So that to me says we're burning late, having the PE come out, like, coming up here before it swings into the moon. So we should be burning earlier to keep the PE in this plane. And then probably that means that our velocity is too high. No. I'm not sure. Because we end up under the moon even though our periapsis, even though we're high. And that means that we're going too far this way, so our orbit ends up below the moon, even though we're tilted here. I mean, it's technically an impact, but I'm not convinced that we are dialed in enough that we can hit this, like, in all conditions. 52 kilometers is hardly an impact at all. I would like to see this be a solid megameter into the moon before I'm willing to even think about testing it on, like, other days. But we are closer. So maybe we do... I mean, we can burn a little bit later even and see what that does. If that pushes this up, then that's fine. It does seem like burning later has been pushing this orbit up towards the center of the moon, which is what we want. So, and like, from the, like, Earth-Moon line, this part of the impact is, like, beautiful, right? This is right where we want it. We're coming right in. Just we're a little bit low, and we have to swoop up. Let's burn a little bit later. Let's, I know having a 0.0 in the code is silly, but that way I don't lose my place if I want to change it later. Let's see what this does. Load. Parking orbit. Oh, but it is add break o'clock. So before we run another sim, I am going to go ahead and run our ad. And when we come back, we'll run another sim, and we'll see how... Well, we just have to keep dialing in the parameters, right? And once we've got them looking really good on this day, we'll try it on a different day, and hopefully it can still hit on arbitrary days, even if the parameters aren't quite perfect for those ads, for those days. All right, so let's run the ad, and when we come back, we'll do another sim. See everyone in just a few. All right. So, welcome back. I appreciate everyone sticking around through the ad break. Let's, I do still think that we probably are burning a little late and a little too hard. But it turns out those two things compensate for each other, right? Like we could swing our orbit around so that we just slam into the moon with even more oomph, right? That's a totally valid way to do an impactor. And if it ends up being easier to tweak it that way than to do the velocity, because like we don't really have linear control over our altitude because our TWR starts to get really high towards the end of the burn. We do have more control over when we burn, and if we burn later for a little bit longer, I think that'll give us a more consistent impact. So I'm totally fine with us kind of tweaking in this direction rather than tweaking the velocity, because we just have better control over our injection angle than we do over our altitude. Hello, computer. Oh, there we go. No. That was not acceleration. Oh! I'm an idiot. This is meaningless. Okay. So, incrementing this. Yeah. This is the issue, is that setting this less than 0.0 doesn't mean anything. So I need a better way of basically determining that we are approaching the right burn longitude, instead of doing this ABS difference. Because we specifically cannot handle if we want to burn afterwards or even right at that point with this. Because, yeah, I've just been looking at the absolute difference, which is fine here. And then we wait until we're closer. And I think here it's fine, and here we need to switch to absolute, or to not using absolute values anymore. Which is also fine. I'm just not sure if our longitude is going up or down. And we could test that. Here. Let's, cool. And then this'll lock up again because it still can't have an absolute value less than 0. But at least I'll see what direction we're moving in, and I'll kind of know if we need to be looking at greater than or whatever. Load the parking orbit again. Yep, I am absolutely aware that's what I'm doing. I don't have confidence that we have tight control over our DV because our TWR is up at like 10 something by the time the Aegina burns out. We just don't have any sort of reasonable control over it. And we have much finer control over our transfer time. So if we can make up for the fact that we always overburn by kind of a pretty consistent amount by burning at a less efficient time, then that is fine. And the implications of the NASA papers seemed to be that that's how they did it too. It wasn't called out explicitly, but they talk about elliptic transfer orbits where you always hit the moon before apoapsis. That was what was talked about in the papers that I was reading. So it seems to me that that's what they did in the real world as well, to make up for lack of fine burn time, fine DV control, was just burn at a less efficient time so that you're kind of coming in at a part of the orbit that's more consistent. And accept that you're going to have a slightly less efficient burn. And like, we got to lob all this fuel up here anyway, we may as well use it. Okay, so our longitude is, well, currently negative, but it's going slowly positive, which is what I thought. I just wanted to double check that a clockwise orbit was doing what I thought it was doing. Okay, so here if we just do wait until ship longitude is greater than do something like that, and then we can actually adjust. We can adjust even further if we need to. But that should get us a continuing to push the burn later, and yes, that is making up for lack of control over our velocity, but I just don't, with the tech we have, and given, you know, the frame rate of KSP, I just don't think we have the control. Like, we can obviously increase this fudge factor here. We can try to burn a little bit less, you know, another % less or something. Maybe that's easier with going back to a velocity calculation instead of a altitude calculation. Especially now that we have our burn time dialed in closer, maybe the velocity calculation works better. Did I save that on this side? Of course not. I mean, let's not do that yet. Let's try just burning a little bit later again and kind of keep pushing the orbit around and see how that affects our intercept, just because I want to get a better feel for how this works. And right now I don't have confidence that I fully have, like, when I'm looking at these intercepts, that I actually know what they're doing. So we'll try this. If dialing in the angle continues to be iffy, we can play with whether it makes sense to try doing velocity calcs instead of altitude calcs again, or if we can some other way get a more fine-tuned result. But it seems like any kind of fine adjustment of the altitude or the velocity, we're going to have issues of just, like, from one frame to the next, we're skipping ahead, you know? Large portions of our final delta V just because of our ending TWR. All right. Enough rambling on. Let's see if we can burn a little bit later. Oh, and actually, if we go back to focusing on... Nope. Not trying to activate sites. I'm trying to click on the Earth. There we go. If we go back to the Earth focus, we should see us kind of burning quite a bit closer to the DN now. And, you know, our calculations are a little bit off from what Principia thinks the DN is, right? That's just gonna be the case, because we are using approximations. Yeah, with 3,600, we're going to pass through the DN well before half of our Delta V, which is what I thought. We are burning late. But that is okay if it gets us good, consistent intercept. ho, 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 ho. That is exactly what I've been looking for. That is perfect. That is Principia not even pretending that we could survive. All right. So the question now becomes... oh, and we can't revert. If we run this program a week from now, how's it gonna behave? And this is where we find out how consistent this program really is with these parameters, right? Is if I open this thing and we run it in a week, and I'm picking a week because that's just like a chunk of the moon's orbit, right? Like we'd expect once every 28 days for this program to work about the same. But actually, let's do something weirder. Let's not do a week. Let's do 9 days. That should just be sufficiently arbitrary time in Earth's or in the moon's orbit. And I don't care if this is a perfect impact, like it does not have to hit the center of the moon on every single day. What I care about is that it at least can still hit the moon, right? I want to know that we can, like... that we don't have to worry about when during the month we launch, and that it'll more or less do the right thing. Like, yeah, we can get the flyby contract if we miss, but I'd still like to see an impact. I'm worried that I've overtuned for like the specific orbit of that day in the lunar phase, in the lunar orbit. But we will see what this does. And then we have a couple of more tweaks to the script to make because we're deploying the probe in Earth orbit now, because we got rid of the solid, because we got a good enough intercept we don't need it. That was a bad tumble. What am I trying to say? Yeah, so we need to move the script to be running on the probe instead of on the Agena, and we need to change how it does time warping, like, to the moon to make sure that we can actually get our lunar impact and get the contract right. If we time warp too aggressively, and we saw this last week during testing, this contract has like a couple of steps. It's like yeah, you have to hit this 3.5 kilometers and then hit the moon. And if your time warp is too fast, you'll skip right over the 3.5 kilometers. The game will never register that, and you miss the contract. And like, yes, I can force complete it, but it's also more fun if we although, like, it wants a speed of at least 2450 meters a second, so like you have only like a second of this for it to register, which I guess is fine. That's 60 frames, right? That is plenty of time for the game to register that. But you do need to be careful time warping out of lunar orbit. Or time warping, not out of an orbit, but out of the lunar transfer. Yeah, I mean, this is basically the orbit that we always end up in, which is, I mean, I'm glad it's consistent. It's not a very circular orbit, but... No, we don't deploy them until after our TLI burn. We could deploy them at this point, but we have enough battery in this thing when it's in hibernation mode to not worry about it until we're ready to It's not really intentionally spin stabilized, it just spins. Let's be clear. That is an artifact of how I handle waiting until we're pointed in a direction. I specifically exclude spin from that, because usually I don't care about if we're still rolling a little bit when we do a burn. Also, why are we still in time warp? I feel like we've been around the planet a couple times now, and that concerns me. That the program has locked up somehow. Yep, it just says warping to D longitude less than 10. Okay, so something I'm doing to calculate the ship's longitude is wrong. Chances that I'm using a cosine instead of an A10-2 in another place? It's gotta be the ship longitude function that's wrong. Ship longitude plus ship body rotation. Nope. Okay. So... Oh, is this... Oh! I know what's wrong. I think we're missing a mod 360 here. I should make sure probably with the burn longitude too. I think that'll always come out mod 360 because that's like the direct output of an ATAN 2. Yes. But here, ship longitude, yeah, this needs a mod 360. Is it mod? Is it remainder? Mod. Is Arctan 2... You know what? Let's just make sure both of these are always positive. Let's just do this. Because Arctan 2 is usually in, like, the negative 180 to 180 range, right? Or does it always return in 0 to 360? I never remember. And of course it doesn't say here. Yeah, minus 180. Okay, let's just get everything into 0 to 360. All right. That should make sure that we can always compare things. And we have to do a revert to launch on this because we changed our early computations that get stored. So we can't load a quick save. So this time, it should actually be able to detect when it gets to the right burn longitude. I'm glad I caught that before a live launch, because that would have been awful. All right, and what we're looking for with this launch, again, because I know we just had to change some things to revert, but we're trying to make sure that flying on a completely different day, I chose a 9-day increment because the moon should be pretty significantly different from how it was. What we want to see is that we are still able to hit the moon. It doesn't have to be as perfect of an intersection, but we still want to see, like, some kind of impact. And I'm hopeful that we did manage to dial in an angle that's kind of always going to hit, but obviously the more we offset our orbit and then overburn, the more consistent that impact is, I think. You kind of think about the shape of the ellipse and... which I assume is why NASA did it this way, or part of why they did it this way. But that was a really tumbly... Alright. And then, if we can successfully get impact and get those contracts done... Oh, here we go. This is much more like what I would expect us to be doing. We've actually started slowing down the time warp. Let's check, make sure our burn time is close to the descending node. Yep. Interesting. Is it me, or are we less inclined than we were in our previous launch? That's kind of fun. We expect, this was about we did 9 days, which is close to a third of a month, and we're about 115 degrees different. Okay, that makes sense. The math checks out. And if this gets an impact, you know, I might want to sim one more day. Another increment of not quite a week. Just to confirm that we're pretty comfortable kind of all through the month. And then I think we try again to launch it for real. And while that's building, we will have some time to look at sort of our other contracts and what needs to happen with them. Nope. Not an impact. Not an impact by a lot. Wow. Yep. And then that fails because the program is still running on the Agena, but we just staged the Agena, so it can't connect to the right volume anymore. That's fine. What's not fine is this. I mean, that is pretty much in the right plane, just overburned, right? And, like, we can adjust our burn amount a little bit, but... You know, what we can always do, and I guess this is what would have been done in the real world, is we can build it, we can roll it out to the pad, we can sim for that day, and dial in the parameters in the sim for our actual launch conditions, right? Because, like, today, you know, we need a little bit less on the burn, maybe, if we have that level of control over the burn. You know, maybe we could adjust that still by burning a little bit later. But would it be later or earlier, actually? Go to ECI so I can actually see what our orbit does. Center. I just want to look here what we're doing. Actually, this one looks like it wants to burn earlier now that I'm kind of looking at how it swoops around the moon there. But... So yeah, maybe that's the thing to do, is say, like, we're not going to have exact orbital parameters that work for every single launch day, right? We have to dial in our exact velocity and phase angles and stuff based on when we're actually flying the darned thing. We know this works. We know it can hit a good impact. So we should schedule it to be built. And then once we know our launch date, we can sim for that launch date and tweak the parameters to get our impact. I don't love doing that, but I don't know if I have that or RCS that's good enough to correct the trajectory later on. Yeah. But that involves, and we could go back to it, you know, I moved away from lugging the whole Agena with us. Like, we've staged. I know you can't really see it, but if I fast forward, these will separate more. But, you know, I could put RCS and stuff on this probe, so it can adjust its trajectory, but, like, we're off by... We go back to a moon-centered reference frame. Like, what's our PE here? This is off by a lot. Yeah. You know, if we were tens or hundreds of kilometers away, but, like, 4 megameters is back to needing, like, 100 meters a second of delta V or something like that. It's less if we can adjust it sooner, but I don't know how to get a good... What do I want to say? Because we're in Principia, the patched conic approximations of a transfer are going to be way off, right? And, like, I can look at our next... I mean, I guess I can see, like, what is it? Ship, orbit... Yeah, not being able to read that PE and code hinders a lot. Exactly. And, like, I could check what the next patch is and try to do... just to see what it looks like, but I don't think... Ship orbit next patch. Nope. Oh, I typoed. Nope. Oh, I still typoed. Oh, this doesn't even think we have a next patch, which shocks me because it should. We have a transfer. Huh. Oh. Yeah. Well, no. 10 to the 38 seconds? Yeah, that's not a real thing. And that's weird because we were actually using that to warp and it was working. Yeah, this doesn't think that we even have a transition. And I'm unsure why that is, because I was able to use that in the past. But again, 10 to the 38 is a lot of seconds. No, I should have the right upgrades for them. Our PE is not so high that it never thinks we're entering the moon, right? No. Principia plotting frame shouldn't matter for this. Yeah, let's warp a bit further and see if we get... Yeah, it's the same number. It's that 3.4... How was I ever able to use Warp to ETA transition and have that work? Because, like, it's in the code. It worked before. Right here. And, like, it's fine, because I was planning on getting rid of some of that auto time warp stuff towards the moon anyway. But... yeah, we don't have an ETA transition. Or it's, I mean, it's effectively infinity, right? 10 to the 38 is... There's Earth. Where's the moon? I feel like I should be able to see the moon by now. Doesn't matter. But yeah, if we get closer... Maybe we won't. Maybe we're actually far enough away from the moon in this that it'll think that we're, like, always around Earth. Oh! Helps if I'm on the right ship, doesn't it? Because for whatever reason, the Aegina didn't... I mean, that's weird. Oh, because the Aegina's not the active ship. Ah. Is this a limitation of the way that patches are created for ships in Principia? Is that they only exist for the active ship? Yeah, there we go. We have our periapsis for the next patch, which is a pretty good approximation, actually, of... Huh. I'm curious why we can't get the next patch for a different vessel that's not the active ship. Because it was even in physics range the first time I tried to do this, right? This should have been running the whole time. Full whatever. Yeah, I know Principia doesn't touch the patches, but I guess I wasn't sure if there was something weird with how they interacted. So yeah, we can get this number. 3.6 megameters versus 3.4 megameters. Yeah. Off by 5%. Give or take. %. So we could potentially... Yeah, we can use it to adjust, for sure. And we can use it to adjust even before... I mean, I guess... The problem is we don't actually know if we've overburned or underburned. We can assume that we've always overburned. That's an option. The other question is, when do we want to try to do that adjustment, right? You know, the Aegina has... We have Delta V in our Aegina RCS, right? Quite a bit, actually. Especially once we've mostly burned the Aegina. That's true. We can just do a small puff and see how we change. We don't have retrograde RCS on the Aegina. So ideally we would want to like always underburn and then correct. I'm not sure if we can consistently do that though. If we want to have full like fore and aft control, I mean we can do it at the probe, right? We can absolutely do it at the probe. But we're gonna be looking at well, one, these are those are huge on this ship. Where's the one that I actually want? Where is the procedural? There we go, modular RCS. That's the one I want. I mean, honestly, we should probably just do, like, the... Just do whatever the right size is. Doesn't work great with the hex, does it? But that's okay. We really only need prograde and retrograde here. I mean, we could do all 6. That is... Oh, that's 5. And then we would need a... What's the best RCS I have right now? Oh, actually, we could just do this. Here we go. We'll just do 2. 2 is fine. And then... Nitrous oxide is still our best. I think. I would love to have, like, hydrazine or MMH, but we still don't have it, so... And then... This has to be... this thing. Now, fortunately, it's like... How long does this last? Okay, we're still perpetual. Oh, even with the avionics on. Excellent. Because this needs to have its own, this needs to have control now, right? That if we're going to have it do final correction adjustments. And then we also need a tank. I have no idea. How much RCS do we have in here? 1.3 kiloliters. What's in the Agena? Out of curiosity. 18 kiloliters. I mean, honestly, it could just be the one. It's a lot of RCS. $10 kiloliters for a much smaller vessel. Yeah, that's probably too much. You know what? Let's not even do the toroidal tanks. Let's do a couple of radial tanks on... Right, and then we got like the solar panels and the tanks and the thrusters kind of around the ship. And each of these holds whatever. Yeah, 2 kiloliters, that's plenty. And then this needs to be changed to run the program. So this is the boot program, Moon Impactor. All right, and then this one needs to not run the program anymore. Cool. Okay. So here we stage, we set the phase, we save. Here it time warps, but we actually now need another, like, phase, which we'll call adjust. Okay. So what we need to do is oh, it's just about ad break o'clock. I'll let the ad run and then we'll get this programmed. But it's gonna be like a check Moon PE, puff RCS, check Moon PE again, and adjust until it's negative. That's pretty much the loop. So we'll implement that when we come back from the ads, and I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back from the ad break. I appreciate y'all sticking around. Running ads once an hour is how I keep pre-roll ads turned off, so you can just jump in and join the stream. Okay, so what we were talking about is trying to fine-tune our injection using RCS on the probe stage. So I think what we want to do is, let's see, local moon PE is ship orbit next patch periapsis. Set ship control 4 to 1. Wait 1. All right. So we just burn forward for a second, and then what's the ternary? I always forget how to do... Yeah? Instead of doing just wait until periapsis is less than 0, because this could burn out if we never hit, like if our angle is so bad that our You know what? Let's fix this so that set phase does a quick save automatically. Simplify some code here. I should have done that a long time ago. Universe quick save 2, yeah. There we go. Clean up the code a little bit there so that we're always quick saving to something based on our phase. Oh, and we don't actually have a deploy phase anymore. Set phase, done. Oh, of course, it's not, does not equal, it's greater than or less than. Right? Is that the right one? I don't even know where to find this in here. Functions, user functions, built-in special variable names. I think it's that. And basically what this should catch is any case where we have a set phase that sets a phase to a phase that doesn't exist. I just want to catch that at the end. Arithmetic operators, logic operators, yeah, equals, does not equal is, that's what I thought. Okay. All right, so yeah, this burns forward with the RCS for 1 second, and then it determines if that decreases our periapsis, then we keep burning forward. If it increases our periapsis, we burn backwards, and then we hope we can actually get an impact. I like this plan. I like really simple logic, and we'll add more complexity if we have to. Uh, 9 days in the future, yep. We'll test with exactly the same miss we had before. This seems like a pretty, like, worst case, a pretty worst case miss, so... Oh, nope, this isn't right. So we do... We do this here, and then we want to do this here. And then we also need to be able to shut down... Well, we shouldn't have to shut down the avionics on the probe. It seems like the solar panels are big enough. We don't need a stage here. All right, so we get the Aegina all the way up. We stage. And then we can adjust our orbit here just using RCS on the probe. And then... Yeah. We'll see if this can actually get us to an impact. We might have to have this be, like, less than, you know... And that's better, right? If we make sure that we're at least a couple 100 kilometers under the surface of the moon, we know that we have a solid impact. I'm just not sure that it can actually measure that, like, precisely enough. We'll find out. Let's do panels on at that stage as well. Just so that they're open. I don't think it matters really when we do them, but I'll feel better if we're getting at least a little bit of power, even if we're not really pointed at the sun yet. Okay, let's try that with those changes to the ordering. I think that'll be more of what we actually want. Alright, so this is kind of just a pretty broad test right now to see if, like, RCS on the actual impactor stage is even enough to adjust our impact. May not be. Oh, and the other thing I'm worried about is that the Agena might be in the way of us trying to adjust if we need to slow down. So we might need to put some, like, separation motors on the Agena and push it backwards when we stage it. I probably should have thought of that. It's not a big deal. We can check that when we get up here and see what the probe is trying to do. If the probe is trying to push backwards through the Agena, we're going to have to do something like that. Or alternatively, add some separation motors to the probe and, like, subtract the velocity for that from the Agena's target. But that's a little bit harder to budge. We probably also could give a little more time for RCS to get the Agena and probe stage aligned before that burn, but whatever. Doesn't matter that much. It's only a couple meters a second in a weird direction. In the grand scheme of things, I'm not too concerned about it. All right. I should be fast-forwarding through this. Sorry, I thought that was taking a long time. Oh, real-life burn times. Yep. Pretty much the same orbit. I mean, the probe is a little bit heavier, which will also mean we'll overburn a little bit less. Oh, I could get rid of those debug prints. Meh. Alright, so as soon as this starts its burn, which should be soon. Jeez. I could probably give this a little more time, or a little less time. There it goes. So let's watch our MEO plotting frame. What we expect to see is, well, we know from previously that this overburns, right? It's going to be out behind the boon. And then we're going to want to hopefully see the probe stage be able to slow itself down a little bit and just miss that. Because fixing that, like, out at when we enter the moon's SOI is like 100 meter a second burn. But back here with RCS, it shouldn't be anywhere near that. We should be, you know, maybe tens of meters a second. Yep, okay, it's doing exactly what I thought it was going to do. But it is working. And it's going to burn until it's, like, pretty close to through the center of the moon. Yep, there we go. Because it wants a periapsis of, like, negative 500. The issue is we may or may not get... I'm worried we're going to start coming out the other side here. I don't have control. Great. I can't turn off the RCS, and I can't shoot. We don't have control. I wanted to turn off the RCS, and I wanted to see what we, I wanted to see what our predicted Lunar PE was doing, right? Because we were getting... Alright, well, let's pause this, because it's useless. Alright. Oh, well, this also should have been less than a negative. So... this definitely should have fired. Let's do some debug prints. We're just gonna do a loop. Is this just like until false? Yes. Okay. And we'll have a wait 0, so we're always skipping to the next tick. If we're gonna print ship orbit next patch. And yes, that's just going to spam it every frame. I don't care. And then if ship orbit next patch periapsis is less than 0. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Break. I don't think it's ever going to be less than 0. I think the differences between Principia and the real world, or between Principia and the conic patch estimates, are going to get to a point where we can't accurately measure what we want to measure using the patched conic approximation. But I want to see what that looks like, because we know at the start it's within a few percent, right? So I'm curious, like, when does it get really different? And how do we use it to sort of effectively, we're not going to revert, we're going to load, adjust. Ooh, and we're going to hope we have signal here, because if we don't have signal, we have to go back to an earlier quick save. Oh, did the game crash on me? Oh, nope, we're okay. We're okay. Yeah, we don't have signal here. Ugh! What a pain in the butt. Okay. Really? Oh, yeah, we're just over the ocean. Yeah, we have no signal here. Apparently we don't have line of sight to Grand Canary. Oh, there we go. That's connection. No, it's not? Because we should have open terminal and we should have toggle buttons here, and we don't. But I just saw that line go green. Alright, it's fine. We'll go back to an earlier stage then. What's before adjust? Oh, parking orbit. Okay. We should always have signal at this point, because this is right after our launch, so we're still, like, mostly above Cape Canaveral. No? Are we not running our script here? Wait, this doesn't have... Oh, right. My bad. It got renamed because it's now always named exactly the same as the phase, and previously I had named that save differently. So that was an old version of the rocket. Let's try this quick save. This one should be the right one. Yeah, this one has, like, fuel and engines on it. Alright. And then what we do still want to do with this design, not that it matters, because it seems like it has enough RCS thrust to just do it, is, like, it can push the Agena back, but we can probably adjust, have the Agena have a separation motor that pushes it back from this probe, just so we're not pushing back against it as much with RCS. And then we can probably switch to even less RCS fuel and keep it even lighter. Yeah, this particular day that we're simming this launch on just has our TLI happening All right, there we go. So that's coming down from... Wait, was I off by a factor of 10 when I tested this? Because that looks like it has our lunar at like 30 megameters. Which maybe it is because I was time warping and I screwed it up. That's always possible. What's our lunar periapsis? Oh yeah, 30 megameters because I was time warping and I screwed it up. Okay, we might have to refly this. That's my bad. Let's load that same save again. And this time, don't let our cell... This time, don't time warp so hard. Alright. Open terminal and toggle... Nope, don't change the name peg. Just toggle power. I was a little overly aggressive with time warping to that... Time warping through that TLI burn, which is why the script doesn't do it automatically. But... I got impatient. That is something that happens a little too often when I'm doing these things, is I get impatient of watching the same thing over and over. And then I time warp too aggressively. There we go. Oh. Yeah, okay. So it is going down. Let's get into MEO. And look at the moon. Two, one. Oh, and then it goes negative. And the program stops. Oh, I'm an idiot! We brake when our thing hits, but we never set the ship control back to 0. Okay. So this works. If we just wait until... Well, this breaks when it's negative. And again, we could probably wait until it's negative a little bit of a higher number. So like negative 250,000. Just to make sure that we're like consistently hitting that negative point that we want to hit. Working orbit. Yeah, it helps if you actually turn off your RCS. Nope, I forgot to open the terminal, but that's okay. We know that it will hit the right point. There we go. It's kind of silly that I can't open the terminal when we don't have control. But if the terminal's already open, I can watch the whole log happen. All right. This is looking pretty good. If this works, I'm pretty happy. I do have to wrap up soon. I know it's a short stream. I have dinner plans, family obligations tonight. But yeah, if just doing this tweak with the probe stage is sufficient, then I think we're in a good place. You know, if we trust, and again, we'll have to sim it on a couple more days to make sure that we trust that, like, getting our PE negative, like, really consistently shows a negative PE in between Principia and the patched conics approximation. But for something like this, where we're doing an elliptical transfer and we just want the arm of that ellipse to slam into the body, the patched conics should be a pretty close approximation, right? What do you mean insufficient? Oh. How heavy is this? And how has this never been a problem before? Lol. Let's go back to the Space Center. Alright, I have confidence that this works, like, at a basic level. So the real question now is, I think I do have time to try to, like, pick a random flight day just to demonstrate that it works. Yeah, I'm probably like 10 grams over the limit, exactly. I hate doing this because I have to readjust everything afterwards. We are... yeah, 0.162. We're more like 10 kilograms over the limit, but... Alright, and while we're in here, I also want to add separation motors to the Agena. Double check. So this runs 25 minutes without these. Solar panels extended, it's perpetual. We should still hibernate the avionics, of course, and that's not in the script right now. Let's do that, actually. Let's add that to the script real quick while we're thinking about it. So if we go to the Agena, let's see. Ship route, get module, do action. Okay, let's just do this. Moon impactor. So before we... no, it'll be the pre... yeah, we locked the stun, and now we need to shut down. So it's gonna be... is it root part, or is it root? It's root part. Okay. So it's gonna be ship, root part, get module. There we go. So we'll shut down the avionics after we point ourselves to the sun. Don't need this RCS off here. We're really await one here. And then here, it'll try to... ooh, that's wrong. Yeah, it'll try to point us towards the sun, and I'm worried we don't actually have sufficient RCS control for that. These really only have like 4 aft control. It can tilt itself, but not well. So we may need to work on... We may need to improve our controllability for that phase to work right. But otherwise... There we go. And if I just throw on a couple of... I mean, these work fine. Right there. And those need to fire when we stage the probe off. There we go. And that'll just get the Aegina out of the way of the probe, and that way it's not... Not that it really matters that it wastes a ton of RCS pushing back on the Aegina, but we could make these tanks a lot smaller, is what I'm saying. All right, let's try a different day, just for funsies, because I want to see if this script works in a different situation. Right, we're trying different days. We want to make sure that we have something that we can consistently get an impact with. And then I'll probably do Friday stream as more KSP if we're at an impact, you know, after this launch. Like if the whole thing just works, then we'll kind of do part 2 of today's stream on Friday, and we'll run the real mission, and we'll work on the other programs that we have, pushing towards manned flight and also getting the early commercial satellites done. Those are our two other programs besides this. And then once we finish the lunar program, we're going to open up a couple slots for another program, and we have to decide what that's going to be. Unmanned lunar landers is probably the thing to do, because that'll be helping us get our programming figured out for our first soft landings on the moon. So yeah, if we end up needing more RCS control on the upper stage to like point us back at the sun and everything like that, then we will what am I trying to say? We might have to change like which probe core we're using. I like the Hex because it actually matches. I think Ranger was a Hex. But if Ranger was actually an Octagon, then we can switch to the Octagon. Yeah, Ranger was a Hexagon. So that's basically the only reason I'm using Hexagon, is because Ranger was a Hexagon. But if we need better RCS control, then we can change our probe a little bit to either Octagon or Square. That way we can get 4 RCS parts around it. Ooh, that was a really tumbly upper stage deploy there. I wonder if it would make sense to turn on RCS at that point and lock steering to prograde. That way, during the whole kind of phase where we're time warping, because it's in physics warp at that phase, right? So while we're physics warping to when we want to ignite the upper stage, it'll have that whole time to kind of like correct itself. That might be a worthwhile tweak. And I think I'm confident enough in the behavior of time warp through this phase that I can put a little bit more time warp in the Agena script. Basically just 4x until the PE is positive. I just slowed down a little early there. But if we run it at warp until the PE is, you know, above 0, like, we're not going too fast when we cross through this threshold here. And then it's only a few seconds to, all right. But yeah, I think with only this, like, combo of pitch and yaw control, because it's on the weird angle of the 60 degrees, I don't know if this is going to be able to align itself to the sun again after it tweaks the intercept. Oh, shoot. Needed to open that sooner. We once again cannot do it here. Where are we? What are we above? $160 east, 6 degrees south. Okay. We're just past Australia. All right. And, oh, that's not the right ascending node. We're not in the right reference frame. Don't worry. Go to Mio. Look at that. Nope, nope. We pulled through again. We're burning too hard. Or... yeah, and this can't point itself at the sun, so it'll never switch to fast forward mode. It did stop its burn, though, which is good. But unfortunately, we don't have that nice intercept. And we're way off, even. And yeah, again, this won't ever, like, go into hibernation and do what it needs to do, because it will never think that it's pointed to the sun. Okay, how do I not have signal to either of these stations? I need to fix that. Apparently we don't have a good enough UHF antenna on this thing. We only have the S-band high-gain antenna. And, like, we should have connection to a bunch of these stations. So that's a thing I need to fix. Yeah, I mean, so it did push through exactly what I wanted, right? It got to that negative 250, or what it thinks is negative 250. But that is off by, like, such a significant margin on this side. Alright, well, that's what I was afraid of, is that... let this try to point itself prograde. Not that it will be able to, but... Good job, SAS. You're trying your best, and I appreciate that. Alright, stability assist. You're making it worse. Making it worse. No. No, SAS can't handle this. Alright. Well, that's unfortunate. So we're gonna have to try to come up with other... like, just to make sure. See, that's showing 996074. You know, 2.5 megameters, whatever. Like, it drifts. But that's way off from where it thought it had gotten to. And it's not like we've burned that. Maybe. Well, we could try to do the adjustment later. That's always an option, is try to do the adjustment later. Right? But obviously the later we do it, the more DV it takes. But we might not have a choice. And this probe needs some redesign so that it has full control, because it can't do anything but fore and aft right now, and that's insufficient for more complex maneuvers. So that's where we're at. We're gonna call it here. Like I said, I have family obligations tonight. So thanks everyone for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And thanks for everyone who watches this on YouTube too. If you're watching on YouTube and want to see me mess up rockets live, there's a link to my Twitch down below. Or if you want to do anything to help feed the algorithm, that is also always appreciated. I think I'm going to take the Friday whatever I want game day, and we're going to do more of this, just because, again, we had a short session this week, and I want to make more progress. So we'll be doing more of this on Friday. So yeah, thanks everyone. I'm going to kill the record.